Hello, hi. I am really tired and it's fucking boiling. Every ounce of my strength is being sapped by this heat, and I do not appreciate any of it. That's fine. Hi. It's been a while. At least it's been a while for Ace Attorney. I caught a really bad cold at the end of May, and it basically lasted through the entire month of June? Or at least I had a persistent cough, which is still kind of here, but nowhere near as bad as before. So, I couldn't play Ace Attorney, because that requires, like, more energy and a lot more of my throat than I had available. It was a miserable time. But you know what? It's fine. Mostly. I don't know how fine it is, but it's better than it was before. So, we're gonna play Ace Attorney. As soon as it decides to, this is the wrong HDMI input. I just switched it over to the one that I use for work. Whoops. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. There we go. Okay. Let me just... This one? Yeah. Yeah. Why was there no audio coming out, huh? Huh? Hold on. Uh-oh. My other monitor's not outputting audio now. Excuse? The one thing I cannot stand is sound issues. Oh shit. I just realized I can't actually see my other screen right now. There you are. My mouse. There it is. Okay, so this... General, don't care. Levels, it's muted. I don't know why I decided I wanted to mute it. So now if I transition... There we go. I hate technology, yo. It sucks. But whatever. Okay. I legit don't remember anything. I just remember I'm with Zieks. And we saw a suspicious person. And I don't know if he wants to talk more. Do I have anything else to talk to you about? Like, I'm not kidding. I literally don't remember anything. Lord Von Zieks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. Wait, I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. Oh, look! I forgot how cute Iris looks! It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. There's something else there was someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Oh! I thought I already would have shown him this. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Haha, like you are to Hurley then, Runo. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There'll be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh! Hello! Hello! task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you? Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I never met the man before. I didn't know he existed, and yet... somehow, it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anyone from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyways? Hmm? Oh, no. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Ah, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received the alert from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end the discussion there, don't you? There's little time before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Saseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. Mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor... Hairbrain? Is that his name? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Von Zieks, I think. Oh, I guess my quality time with Lord Von Zieks is gone. Also, I need to get new glasses. Okay, so prison? Hi! The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in the ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, was it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense... A lawyer! Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yes, it is demonstration! That demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations! But despite that... No one listens! No lawyer believes in the science! When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity! Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too! What's up, buddy? Can I show you my badge? Can I remember how to play this game? Ah, fascinating, yes! In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one's too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical! That's science, Mr. Naruhodo! How could this have happened? It must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened! It must have been that! That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pockets! They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is! For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. I thought I was going to talk about Von Zieks, but alright. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really want to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Oh, wait, that was Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is, the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... Murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. I mean, at least he has the right idea. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder. How exactly? Well, if it was really an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes. It's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if this case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative the whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. I need to turn it down a bit. Just a touch. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no. The devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating! Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using sufficient high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis! Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I I could be at the great exhibition again! Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next is the mere blink of an eye. I could be at the great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantaneously, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. This is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that always flies in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Apparently he's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Oh, varsity years. I understand Lord Von Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law while also studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baron Von Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming, extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all of its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such a noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaver of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Von Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odi Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I'm lagging. Oh. Hold up. Just a touch. I think it's also just the OBS preview having a fit. I would not be surprised. You know, I have this opened up. It is really fucking hot. I just want to perish right now. Let me tweak the compression just a bit, because I definitely had it lower at one point. Let's go with that. I'm sure it's fine. Whatever. Anyways. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. If that went well, I could expect additional finance support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. Then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owe everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking that man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intention to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4! I sweared. Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention, so I know I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life! Not in centillion years! I'm a man of science! That's all I know! You have to believe me, please! Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know? I've always believed that all my life! I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please! When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me in tomorrow's trial. Alright, Reno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright. So now we move to the experimentation stage. Oh? Oh wow, there's actually a lot more stuff. Let's see right away. Alright, Gregson, are you gonna be here? The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. Felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Haha! Right. I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go then, Inspector. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait. I know those voices. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. What kind of... what the fuck did I just say there? Yoo-hoo! Grexy! What are you doing up there? Is he running down right now? It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Doesn't that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Bias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Why are we having an introduction? We've seen him already before, right? Huh. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Wait, why was he suspended? Oh, wait. Was it because of the last trial? Probably. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, Sunshine. So sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Amazing 5, Bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Did you just pickpocket me? What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is! You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocketer, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl is defending in court. What's your problem, Odo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assume you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. After years and a long time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector report isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Something on my freaking glasses. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. I'm surprised you actually agree, you're actually compliant with him. This raises a lot of questions. Hey, Gina. Do you want to see this? This armband's proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Odo. I could call you a defender now, Odo, if you like. But it don't really trip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Right. You. And look at Gina. She's so pretty. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in the murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. Diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny! Well done! So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I'd said that I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious. Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's all I had to go at the test for the Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't read so well, do I? It's a small problem. Nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. It was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Ginny, isn't there? Ooh, what, Bruno, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was defended in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on! You're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Gore, yet you don't have to worry, Otto. If I didn't have worry, there would be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like in the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper's more discerning than I thought. Exactly! So I ain't worried, I'm totally fine. Oh my Jesus Christ. I love Gina, but I also just don't know how to do her accent. Christ almighty. It is really goddamn hot. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to skip over. Whatever. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. Yes, naughty old Grexy ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyways, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it? Even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander in the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. Probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down the air, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair! I think you're giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what makes them so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto? Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Grexy won't listen to us. Okay, let me actually talk to the thing that I wanted to say before. Or it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly he started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw Jenny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smoothly, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No, no, no! You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine explodes so spectacularly... How can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was? How could it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? Tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off y'all before, so fair is fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Yeah, she didn't actually give that to us. Alright, let me... court record. Beam me up, Scotty. Okay, before I do anything... Scrap. Oh look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth? It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Jenny's mid-yawn. Can I examine it? Honestly, it just looks like shrapnel. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look! Almost as if there's a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too. Oh, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this. And this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hid? Is that a crossbow? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing! I think I'll hang on to this just in case. It looks like a crossbow. Yeah, like it literally just looks like a crossbow. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Oh yeah, it's absolutely a crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Crossbow. Gregson! Gregson! That's where the cover ended up after his, that's where the Gove ended up after his instantaneous kinesis or whatever they called. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. can't imagine a building like this has ever been erected in Japan. There are a lot of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. And I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. Thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently, everyone's taken to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. So... Gregson didn't want to talk? These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Can I? Oh, it's still sparking. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you've been there to see it, Bruno. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Will you even let me? Ah, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, while eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. So, we're just gonna investigate before he notices. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. Someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, actually. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here— Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over there just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty. Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Huh? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya? Don't worry. We would dream of touching anything, wouldn't we, Bruno? Yuri knows how to get what she wants. Alright. Can I not look at these boxes? Okay, fine. Oh, this thing looks rough. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairspray was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I wouldn't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disable people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules! Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think? Oh, isn't that a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh yeah, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. We touched a teeny wee bit. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like that. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Bruno found it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is gonna make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. Oh wait, did he actually leave? Oops. An amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out that thing with whatever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower when they be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it wasn't amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So we're not gonna talk about the broken chain? Are we really not gonna talk about the broken chain? Is there really nothing else? What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding the inside those little cabins you see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete rotation takes about half an hour. If you're mad enough to go on one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. And the hot air balloons? So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Reno, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Yes. Call me crazy, but I think the exploding part might play on my mind a little bit. Okay, okay, you're still here. Neat. Would you like to see my badge? I really shouldn't show him the crossbow. The symbol of defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector. Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well chuck it in the deep fat fryer. No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Cholmes suggests I feed it to a dog, though. If you fry first, you can feed it to me. Does he think it's made of potato? Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. And then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous to so many spectators. I don't know why I had a little trouble there. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the very moment. I'm more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They are making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Me and the new high falutin special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Greg Z. He's very head up, isn't he? Was that a typo? Ugh. It hasn't even been an hour, my throat already hurts. This is what happens when I don't play visual novel games like this. Let me take a quick break and also get more water because I stuck one in the freezer because of how hot it is today. Be right back. Okay, good news and bad news. Bad news is my waterfall did not freeze even after an hour, which I was hoping there would be a little bit frozen. Good news, I got cold water now. Is that really gonna save me? I have no idea. I'm just kind of hoping I can last at least for one more hour. Okay. Chair. Remind me again, what this new legal act means? That means we're not allowed to touch the scene here. Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Curly mentioned that recently. The real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suites in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guaranteed of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobbers, if you ask me, put forth by shamans like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise of spending a day guarding all these shammers. Bogus contraptions. If they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get full funding? Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it! Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently Professor Harebrained lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the greatest exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord von Zieks. Huh? What's that? That's news to me! But if von Zieks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is... sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Blimey. That man's beyond me. I don't know what's going on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder? Victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was none of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baron von Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspects von Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies the charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord von Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. If that's true, then how do you explain it? All these defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said that at the university, Lord Von Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Yep, he's hiding something. Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? It's about time you were leaving, or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now. That lot? The forensics investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too. Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up. Ah, that hit the spot. Yup, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigation here, at least. I've been thinking. Riley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper! About what happened to Lord Von Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of interest ticket? Random test spells. Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. That's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How's that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. Random test spells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Bye, Gregson! I'll see you later, Gregson. It said it was a museum, but are you sure it's not psychic? Waxwork? Oh my god. This is kind of cool. This is actually really fucking cool. This is actually really cool. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murderers? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? What? Wax models? You have a fear of wax models? I read about the dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can be turned to wax, apparently. It's called a adipocere. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyways, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only very... What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all internally man-made replicas. Can't be! Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them! There's no way anyone could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Hi. Wait. What is it? Oh. No. I must be seeing things. Oh! What the fuck?! There's a fucking hand! Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Bruno! Stop scaring me! Is it a wax arm? Or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm down, see how it feels. Objection! So I'm pretty sure this is supposed to represent, who the hell was it again? It wasn't Jekyll and Hyde. It was, there was a very famous mass murderer in goddamn London. Shit. What was it? What was it? Jack the Ripper! Is this an example of Western sujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword? I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that sujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject, for now, at least. Speaking of human subject, hello. It's the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes! Mr. Holmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know! Look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. Can't go around kicking the exit. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beats of his foot on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look! There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing. Hold
it!
My dear fellow! I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. But Bruno had something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 more minutes more being stationary like that. And my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have been turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed. In many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? He could know something, it's true. About Lord von Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? Or you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? What is this place? Oh, for fuck's sake, Sholmes. Okay. Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Sounds grim. The gruesome scenes that were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. It's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course. Visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the great exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them! Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public lives for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are... They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me? Or does the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rub me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murders and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. It's just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord von Zieks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper! How did you find him? Well, I trust? And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I've learned. About Lord von Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they have been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord von Zieks such a different person. I was there. I was sure that you knew, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in the exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. Now, you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what is she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry? Have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tuspels? Bien sûr. Bien sûr? Bien sûr? I don't know French. I apologize. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madam in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. That's the only word I know in fucking French. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord von Zieks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in this museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we gotten enough on our plate already? I really like her outfit. Madam, there is something I'd like to show you. Yes, what is that? I remarked on it myself immediately. I have a very curious sense. Ah, well, it's actually the mark of a defense lawyer in the Empire of Japan. Oh. Oh, the homage? Not quite as interesting as I hoped. What exactly were you expecting from an armband? Do you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were secured, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired this savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeliness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I created only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry. Perhaps I should have eased you into things. what's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these Spares exhibits needs is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about that. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. Sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? 500 pounds? I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't need to know what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem. That must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's a pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? It's really fucking hard. Sorry, something else just grabbed my attention. Everything's fine, I promise. Everything's fine, I promise. What is that? Okay, whatever. I wonder, can I ask you something? Yeah, sure. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... He's gone! Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh! He disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Oh, that was him. There you are! Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tespel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer no. I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytic processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tespel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolute none. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soup cone? Second? Number 139, that's an owl. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Testspell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however? Huh? Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? That's the guy. That's one of the jurors. Well then, perhaps, Mr. Holmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they're always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as a candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madam Testspells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famous great detective and Tiffany exhibit at work. Yeah! I don't know if I have the energy for this. Well, seriously, what's that guy doing here? She's so pretty. It's mostly the eyes that get me. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all of my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madam Testspells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Was the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over, did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sold for cash. question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is that the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover police officer currently investigating this museum. I know him well. In fact, it's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turned our attention to the old man who sat before him with the particular unsightly visage. I've been watching closely. He hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were waxwork. But you know, your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. This telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man's waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxwork's riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to a portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxworks you sold have already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. None of that made sense. Not a single one of that made sense. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. It's still boiling. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Holmes. Ah, the notorious Narhood 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, the special exhibit featured this policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. Police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable. In fact, yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. Is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. The bony wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sharms did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright! We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tespels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tespels, in accordance with our agreement, you should now have the pleasure of seeing this famous great detective and temporary exhibit at work. ×2. Here's a goddamn itchy. I haven't heard this music in so long. I don't remember how it goes anymore. Alright. So, the first one's public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow the furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. We will follow it in a second. I'm gonna be right back. Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. Sorry, I had to get up. I also want to see if I can find a snack. I'm gonna recalibrate myself. That should work. Okay. Where else do we... I'm just gonna assume it's the portly man. It seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, just not alive and kicking. And he's not a waxworker model of a mass murder. I'm not sure I paid 200 pounds for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. Well, anyways, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either.
Take that!
That's what I thought. This gentleman on the floor must know the significance of the 200 pounds. All we need to do is wake him up, and we'll have our answer. With no need to deduce anything. Sharking of that nature will hasten to the end of the world, Mr. Naruhodo. The end of the world? And there's a distinct possibility the man has no knowledge of the money anyway. So, do you cause the destruction of our planet, or continue with the deduction process. The choice is yours. Looks like I better get back to saving the world then. It wasn't letting me turn the camera, so hang on. Hang on, hold your damn horses. Judging by appearances, this man and the 200 pounds are in no way related at all. The poor man was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, it seems. But there's no doubt that the man in Tespel's sits reacted to what Mr. Sholm said. The way she automatically looked over there must tell us something, for sure. Let's have more of a look around. Oh wait, there it is. I want to open this. Cheese! I am gonna sneeze though. Oh, please do not sneeze. Just kill me already, please, I beg you. What's that note doing pinned on the wall here? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for a safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so. And we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness of abducting their waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, so we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what Madame Tuspel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. I can't see any. Oh my god, that's a hand! This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. It's the left hand as well, look! Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please! And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax? Oh, come on.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, a waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape? It ought to be a right hand, but close inspection reveals that it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Another small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch from a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach a man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to a policeman that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yeah. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, undercover secrets is any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not identify the man quite correctly. Ah! That's your missing arm, sir. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well, that settles it then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. Since our arm has been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties into what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. What other explanation could there be? And it was the detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, was it? Next, we turned our attention to the old man sat before him with this particular unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale signs that instantly prove whether or not this old man's a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Killer policeman, called Ottermole, was it? Do you all know? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garadeb's delightful lodgings, in fact. This is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around and see if another idea crops up. Can I at least finish my cheese? Ah yes, restless leg. I definitely do that. I don't know why I do it specifically to my left leg. But it's becoming a problem because my left leg has a lot of issues. Well, you can look at him twitching for a second while you finish the rest of this cheese. Little cheese. Excuse me. I wonder what would have happened if I poked him earlier. Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot consciously, then? So you mean... it must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else here, haven't we? Eh. I don't believe it. It's a secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed. Ah, he must be a detective disguised as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris.
Take that!
The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man's waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's his tag about, showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you observe a scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives showed that some criminal activity is currently underway. Is it clipping into his hand? Of course. Because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduce from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. This concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. That doesn't explain why this guy's here. It really doesn't. Deduction complete. Elementary. Elementsky. All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in for just a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I thought than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm grateful that you enjoyed this spectacle. Regrettable. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain conscious shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Alright. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from this special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was the model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar in society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes. At exactly the time that Baron von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not sane. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at the present on the account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is this all related to Lord von Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said. Lord von Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young nobleman named of... Lint von Zieks. No! I don't believe it! Von Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baron pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord von Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. He had a brother? He's gonna be so mad if I bring it up. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Hi. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barrack. Oh, look at that smile! It's been 10 years, and here we are meeting in the prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asmund. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assured me he could prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I've returned to England, I've heard a lot of stories. Barrack, are you really? What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't have trusted anyone else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrick. Until tomorrow. See you in court. See, he does care. Look at the guy. He does care about his friend. Little buddy. Eh. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to walk in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo! Good morning, Professor Harebrained. I don't understand! It doesn't make sense! The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts! I've never felt anything like it! It's crushing me! I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. What are you telling me? It's fit with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish an explosion 2 days ago with nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Hi. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runa, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Oh, are you... Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even while living in Germany. Ah, yes. France Magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes. A memorable case, indeed. It concerned a snake, as I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. Mean, your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madam has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give him my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation, reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Wherever I give something my full attention, I have quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand! Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrained. Oh, why, thank you! Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little ground in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believed it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Rena. And I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? How could an experiment that has no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradictory that'll be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley! Make sure you bring back some food. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up! You can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's gonna be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Who is gonna be with me next to the table? An experiment the laws of science can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. I can't remember, is this the second to last case or the last case? Oh, are these all new people? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Sato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odi Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zieks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed, by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of August, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I am most grateful to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand? Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Who the hell are you? Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. We have to listen to what's said on both sides, defense, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Ah, it's the police officer that was asleep. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. And he has a gun in the fucking courtroom. That's a police killer Ottoman look-alike. Again, And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turning into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Von Zieks. Do I have something on my... Hold on. I have something on my neck. Give me 1 second while I figure this out. I need a mirror. Sorry about that. There was just something stuck on my neck that I had to get rid of. Yeah. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in this world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advance. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it is, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. Ha! The whole idea is absurd! The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. Isn't it possible? What was the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant will be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was of no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord von Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. I really want to get ice cream right now. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Is it Lestrade and, is it Gina and Gregson? No, it's not. Gregson is one of them. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrain, scientist! You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. What do you want? Oh, my mom's asking me, am I doing okay in the heat? I really want to get that ice cream in a second, though. This was taking place inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odiasman. There has been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration himself. See, so to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. Couldn't it be the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How could it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simple, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower has a broken neck. I miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination reveals another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he had been clearly stabbed by something sharp right in his heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow is the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner said death would have been all but instant for a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, no, no! That could be further from the truth! I've here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. The second level of the crystal tower, about 25 some yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry! I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident! A terrible accident! Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. I'll check it after we get to the testimony. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Aspen was a disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Okay. I would love to focus, but I really want ice cream, so let me go get that ice cream for a second. Stay put, Gregson. I'll be back. I might bring you some ice cream. Beck, I have a whole, like, quart of ice cream, and I promise you it's probably gonna get eaten all today. It is that hot. Just. I wonder what happens if I have Ryunosuke, like, observe something by himself. Not like that. Oh god, doing this one-handed actually sucks. Eh. Okay, no, it seems pretty simplistic. Right. He was strapped into the birdcage. He was shot through the heart, probably from the crossbow. Around 2:20. Oh, it doesn't even specify what the sharp object is. My assumption is like a body double, and that he was actually dropped from a hot air balloon.
Hold it!
The problem is, do I bring up the crossbow like this soon? What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes! Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on the stage with the victim could have possibly done it. And Albert Harebrain's the only bloke who fits the bill. Unless you got some other bright idea, Sunshine, in which case, let's hear it. My learned friend science is your answer, Inspector. Ugh. Can't the man have a moment to think? Ow! I just smacked the spoon into my teeth. It didn't hurt. It's just the sound of it made it sound like it hurt. I guarantee it's gonna get really sore in like about an hour. That's all the testimony I have to work with. I have no idea the victim's been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose? To gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all we can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. Do I have to press them on everything though? Oh wait, did I go too far? Went too far.
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information! The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use of the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel? There he is! My trusty little companion. Andrew! Andrew? of course. Huh, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all of my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael's a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What?! Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendants as evidence. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. Can you load that into a crossbow? That's a maybe, actually. That's a definitive maybe. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's no doubt. This is a problem with looking at murder weapons. What? That's it? That's all you say? I've seen this unusual shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. It doesn't tell me much at all. Okay, we'll just have to press everything.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? Ice cream. The cause of the fatal disaster was ice cream.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you've calculated yourself, personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation's so complicated, even I can make a mistake! People fall for that brazen confidence. I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asmund was wearing at the time, I suppose. Cracking comments! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense! I didn't think I had to spell it out here, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2 right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. We all know that's a pun's bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? Hmm. Do I present the screwdriver? Also, yeah, I devoured this fucking ice cream. Let me finish it before we go one. Oh my god, I feel alive again. And the question of the day: can I crack my back? The answer may surprise me. Oh crap. The answer is yes. Kinda. That was actually not my back. I want to present it.
Objection!
Motherfucker. We might need a save. Something about last name is Zora. Would you care to mull over to precisely what you find out about it on your return journey to Japan? I wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though. Rest assured, we would be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel. He sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Ah, shoot. Okay, let me save. So we don't burn through all of my points. How do I prove he was killed before or after he got teleported?
Objection!
Shit. What do I prove? What do you want? What do you say different? I pressed every single thing they had. I am so confused. What? This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. Phil's right, it was a sort of bow with the automatic firing mechanism. It'd be perfect for someone like me who catches the ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of those, maybe I could have beaten Cosmo in Kudo archery training. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. Heck, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea I was picking it up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. I am so goddamn confused. What do you... What do you expect me to present? What do you expect me to present? Want to see a funny character animation? Should I be concerned? Should I be afraid?
Objection.
No, seriously, what the hell am I supposed to present? I don't have the evidence. I have the crossbow, but you said no to the crossbow. It's by Hairbrain? Oh, do I need to, poke at him at some point in the, what do you call it? The testimony? Because I can't present anything to him directly, right? Experiment. It can't be the back of the newspaper, right? Because this is completely unrelated. Right? Assume incorrectly? I mean, I can, yeah. Because at this point, I'm throwing up straws right here. Yeah, this is completely unrelated. There's a lost cat. All right.
Hold it.
You. There he is. Oh, I can't pursue him when he's talking. I had to pick the one. I had to pick the one piece of testimony. God damn it. Wait. Hi.
Excuse me.
Uzis. Professor Hairbrain, are you hiding something from the court? Aha! It's 4! He ate the paper. Why did you eat the paper? What was that? It's calculating the neutralization coefficients of— oh my Jesus Christ, this is a lot of words— of electrical charge required for electrolysis of a human subject. I have to keep the results secret at all costs, you see. That's why I ate the paper I did my work on. But now I completely forgotten the number. Dear me, I am a scatterbrain sometimes. Well, moments before you ate the paper, you did yell at the number 4. No! You know it? You know my secret coefficient? Oh dear, oh no, this is bad. Oh my goodness. Perhaps you could just focus on the testimony. Well, that did nothing. Alright, hang on. Shut up, Gregson. I love you, Gregson. Shut up. Let me press everything again. I didn't notice anything weird about either of these guys. There wasn't a moment where I had to pursue them. So I have to present something.
Hold it.
But I don't see what I have to present. Because the one object I thought I had to present, they didn't care about. Meanwhile, he's just freaking out.
Hold it.
Seems fine. Because there has been 1 or 2 instances where I pressed and they did something odd without the thing indicating anything, but I don't see anything odd. Oh wait, this is him yelling about Andrew. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Great Scott!
Oh! You weren't doing this before!
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! I thought it was kind of odd where he had his head tilted down for this one, but I didn't think too much of it. Ah, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules into the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seems so you might have something to say? Well, Inspector Gregson's last remark. Huh. Ah, yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have been who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way I could have possibly stabbed Miss Asmund as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order! Order! Oh, here comes the wine bottle. Excuse me, the grape juice bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's abducting. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrick. But I'm really not a patch on you. Oh! No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. Have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. Am I a nail clipper here? I do not. Well, this hangnail's just gonna have to hang on for dear life then. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in the body while he was beamed through the air. Are you sure? Oh shit. Oh, we actually, this might be, we're gonna have a bad time. I should have pressed it. I was just like, there's nothing on the body in the picture. There's not even the hole where the thing is.
Hold it!
Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. While it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Where's Sato-san when you need her? If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asmund in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You won't use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains, the lack of blood at scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. I know what to present. I know what to present. I don't know what to present. That's all the testimony I have to work with. Oh, is this all the same? I know what to say, I know what to say. Because this was in the grill.
Objection.
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where we found the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping and heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw that scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up when the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, and you've come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Eh? No, not at all! I wouldn't do that! I just let him look, nothing more! I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing! Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool has been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Asmund. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. I wonder if they have to clean up all those chips on the floor. Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. It's a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, they're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in this argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Oh, Von Zieks is pissed. Lord Von Zieks is stumped. What the heck? That is a high pitch hold it. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruto, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remained on the stage as consistent with my calculations. Aren't you sabotaging yourself? Nope. Bye. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or, should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists? Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon this hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrained could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrained. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Bro, I'm trying to help you. I know you guys have your own secret agenda, but I am trying to fucking help you. Do I have anything else that's metal to disprove that? Glasses? Maybe? I'm gonna make it a separate save. The problem is, glasses? No, I don't know if glasses back then would count as metal. Oh, do they? Professor Harebrained, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted the outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Poor guy. Where did Gregson go? Order! 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 Council, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on stage. And in that case, someone other than fucking hate it here. Someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is the sound that the words are hard. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there is one thing I simply cannot abide. And that is a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproven, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by a special dispensation for scientific equipment act. Equipment. What the devil is that blasted act all about, huh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? What if a feeling I shouldn't raise an objection? It's just a thought. If I raise... The whole point of me was to disprove the theory, or at least disprove the metal hypothesis. I don't know if it benefits me to disapprove his entire hypothesis. We could try.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine display in public? He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
I mean, at least he didn't slam his leg on the table. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Hurrah! You can live handsome on that much for years! Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists argue with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Ah, Red Bullet, how you doing? Please tell me you're surviving this heat wave. Or you're not suffering this heat wave at all. No, no, no! I haven't deceived anyone! Least of all the government! My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me!
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experimentation was a success. Ah, Barrick! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Barrick. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses will be the nature of their involvement. They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? I know about Gina, but who's the other one? The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution stance is clear. The experiment was no stitch. The accused killed the financer victim that was at the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend... Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Where does that leave me? Oh... Are you making me say whether or not I believe the hypothesis? during which the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. What the fuck do I do? Well, on the bright side, I didn't screw myself over. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you proved that dread explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. Fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete! Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster not just as a scientist, but as a human being! Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Eric? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew plans from the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. I don't know what the fuck to think. I don't know what the fuck to think. It all hinges on the demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? I hope they don't ask me to figure that out. Like right now. Because that would be really... I don't know which one to pick. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is defense, my lord. So, Lord von Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration of the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. Detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present at the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident of the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. I know one of them. What's the other one? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Who are you people? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. You are gonna get me killed. Oh, god damn it. And you're gonna get me killed. My name is Wilhelm Gostrich Sigismund Ormstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. What is their obsession with Bohemia? Balloon! I'm very rich. I'm so sorry, we're about to butcher a lot of fucking words. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Erlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them old balloons. It was amazing! Gina, again. She did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were on such a balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only at an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you've witnessed, especially those of you who have a vantage point above the stage. It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky besides us. And from amidst its smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into this crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There is a detail in the witness's testimony I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying the other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage before my eyes vis a person inside. Oh no, he let go of the balloon! The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide open. Another balloon, please. Oh, that balloon spawned in! There's an evident balloon glitch. I saw the balloon spawn in. I promise. I still have lots of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition. Yeah. I am here in London on a sightseeing trip vis my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. We really need that. Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see a delightful face, I'm sure. Look at those freckles. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the fact for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's view on the matters are quite clear. So, the defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord! Shit, what do I even do here? So 2 bangs. Oh, do not accidentally turn off the computer, please. Can't think of anything. I'm gonna have to press everything again. The prosecution really is certain the demonstration was genuine. But what was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more exactly what those people saw at the time.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above. That dodgy cove climbing into the cage. And that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when it was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You were describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in me ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
Oh, and there was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gods. Does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismus Mundorstrom. Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo! It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah. There was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, isn't it? One moment there was nothing there, then the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imagined. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? More money, please. Balloon. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did! I saw it! And you can't say I didn't! I will complain to the council! I will cry and scream! My testimony is the truth! I am Bohemian Prince! You cannot say it's a lie! That is not allowed! Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. This is the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ugh. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. I mean, I agree with the English is annoying. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Fire balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. But planets do explode, sir. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. You insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madei! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them! Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? Oh no, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage fell from the sky like stone and crashed onto the crystal tower. Oh wait, hold on. Is that what the scrap is? That's not what I meant to hit.
Objection!
What? Okay, well I'm not trying to find a contradiction. I was trying to like prove that it's also a balloon piece. I will think again.
Objection!
Ah, shit. Do I need to press something else? Is this a red herring? I might.
Hold it!
Eh. Oh, my mouse decided it wanted to Do you see that actually happen? No. In reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what has happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they're his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Huh? Use your head, Otto. How could it even be me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the pancake spectators as he tried to see off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing! Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyways, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. What do I do? What do I do? Prosecutors very certain that the demonstration was genuine. Let's slowly.
Hold it!
But you're saying the opposite of what the kid's telling me. There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. DC. What language are you? Oh wait, are you Italian? Maybe? All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Yeah, it's Italian. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Girls have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. They're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right. I can fill you in there, my lord.
Hold it!
And then this is all the same. I have to prove something. And what appears out of the flames? A cage, that's what. And that description sounds like the moment after man was beamed instantly through space. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? But that's 20th century for you, I reckon. People who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. How do I prove? How the fuck do I prove this? Wait, can I not examine this? Okay, It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like this before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the tarring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning! Or maybe not. Okay. It was a green balloon. It matches! Let me save, and then let me be right back. Because I need more water. I keep going through these water bottles, yo. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. And this water bottle was in the freezer long enough that there's ice in it. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that cool little thing of like shock freeze. Like, I don't know what you call it. But when it gets to the point of like, it's still liquid, but the moment you give it an impact, it starts freezing. It didn't do that. I want to see if I can finish off this case. Ooh, that's good. There's ice in my water. I'm too easily amused. No, but seriously, what the fuck do I do? I am so confused. Okay. First off, so 3? Hold on. This is not only chapter 3. Hold on. We have 1, 2. Holy shit, it is only the third one! I don't know why I thought I was almost finished with this game. So... Yes?
Objection!
There we go! Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it may. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. A piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master God testifies, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged is clearly contradicts the evidence. If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to me that those things crash 50% of the time anyways.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, minimally plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It is no impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Aye!
Objection!
We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplement testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. Why are you testifying first? Okay, you're not. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! You can't get away with the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on stage. Stupid Lagazzo is mistaken! My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. I had a piece of ice in my mouth. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamento! Exactamente, if he saw a balloon in there in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All la war. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. There's less ice formation in here than I thought. I'm gonna press everything. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. I might not notice if I was given out 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I take the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mrs. Stray could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only get off the tube. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he had to go himself in that case. Yeah, that's... I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up all off the ground, me. Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Whore, listen to you! You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world! Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one! I could arrest you with it if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Debris.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the ghosts what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good thing the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that! It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You can therefore conclude it had happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloons flying over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente! As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw!
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master William Gutstrength's It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide that when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? look at the Bobos being like, who is this kid? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the crystal jar, of the Bohemia exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one. But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see the green balloon. Is that an arrow? Well, I see you're too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of this super person who made the camera! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. But very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. I want to take a look at this. So I see him inside of there. Damn it, I'm trying to get this one last piece of ice. I've almost drank through this water. Yeah, I can see it's not too high up. There is someone inside of the machine. He's actually a little bit more rotund than I expected. But something got shot up towards the balloon, which is empty, mind you. In any case, when exactly did you take the photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind brushed over my face. Means, this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine a man in charge could be mistaken about the number that was in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell something. Sure. What this?
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right! Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in otherwise. See! They are for pleasure, for seeing the view! My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. A mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente! I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine!
Objection!
There are legal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the great exhibition, and managed to operate the balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition, trying to steal my profits. Why does this man have a hot air balloon for a hat? Because he is a hot air balloon salesman. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, Shifu. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. His fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right. So them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Why are people in this world so goddamn weird? Just wear normal clothing for fuck's sakes. Don't fucking look at me. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else could this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it?
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Mr. Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? Oh my god! A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. There's something that keeps on bothering me. Oh. I don't know why he keeps on making me think he's one of the juror guys over there, and I don't know why. Like, I legitimately don't know why. I also can't check for more information on this guy. Okay. Time for the definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, ja, yeah, ha, ah. It was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. It was shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... magical beam of light. Eh.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes? Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. Why are you just throwing away all your cards? I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion. A particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what happened. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon at this crossbow?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good Lord, is that a crossbow? Arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. You suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photograph just looks like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside. He has a green balloon in all of his balloons. Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there is an obvious reason why this would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Yeah, if someone had shot a gun in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued? What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beaming up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me! Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside a balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At the moment, the flaming arrow is fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried on that day. Good grief! So wait, that makes no sense though, because the arrow's missing from the body. It would appear, it makes sense why the arrow would have pierced through the body, but it's missing now. And there's no, like, spilling of blood unless, well, I don't know if blood flows very well after you're dead. But that means there has to have been a second person to conspire to get this to happen. This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, it's the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in a crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3! All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looks very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Ah, yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the fourth winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would have very much depended upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4! Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that the instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. If we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Is that really true, though? This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord von Zieks can't credibly maintain the Professor Harebrained as a suspect now. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor? Well, you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asmund. Yes, it was me! It was my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver! What? What? What are you doing? Order, order, order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you want to prove it, but then it would be all over. The beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans from the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. You just let me prove it. Barrack! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. I'm sure the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experimentation was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the special dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigation will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? They're making me fucking choose! What, Professor Harebrain? My client actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up something on it, but what? I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna save here for no particular reason. Defense asserts defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hi! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you? Oh! I'm upside down now. My first Susato takedown in 6 months! There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Just working out not what I have to give up on, but what can I protect? Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? Your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Oh, bye. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Haven't heard my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say? Eric? Lord von Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me. And thin. Thinner than me. Straighter and whiter than mine. You see, one less lens than me, too. A monocle. Rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. They're all. It's the engineer who built my invention! What? He built a machine? That's right. Mr. Aspen introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled, confident trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you! Did they use it to fake Asman's death? Or is he like actually dead? So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick and a work of deception, then everything that I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. But you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. Never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything about anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord von Zieks? My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence. The defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Susato, what the fuck are you doing here? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Do you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment by hypothesis of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. But we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. No, seriously, what are you doing here? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future? Cece's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she wouldn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Oh, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. Oh, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikatopa not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait. Zata-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Wait, is that the end? It's not the end, right? We're still in the chapter, right? Right? Ah. Oh yeah, we're definitely still in the chapter. Well, I'm trying to think. Do I want to end stream now? Because it's almost been about 5 hours. I do want to take a break. I don't know! I'm so conflicted! I think... What time is it? It's 6 o'clock. I need to eat dinner. Okay. We'll save this for tomorrow. How about that? I might boot up in their stream tonight because I still want to play through Soul Blazers. No, the Deltarune fan game. But in terms of Ace Attorney, I need a break. I need a break. I also need to not die from this heat. So yeah. I was kind of hoping to finish this one try, but you know what? I haven't played this game in a while and I didn't realize how far in I was. Whatever. With that said, y'all have a good day. Take care. I might start streaming back in like 2-3 hours, give or take. And we'll be playing the Deltarune game. So yeah. I will see you guys later. Don't die from the heat. Bye.